Ready to take your coding skills to the next level? Udemy is the best place to learn new programming languages and frameworks. It's an online course marketplace with thousands of web development and data science courses, all taught by expert instructors. Get started now by clicking the link below this video.
Hi, welcome to this course on basic HTML and CSS for beginners. My name is Reyes Andrea, and I have 10 years of experience in the fields of HTML, CSS, PHP, JavaScript, Ajax, jQuery, and Photoshop. This course is designed to help you learn the basics of HTML and CSS. In this course, you learn about HTML black label and inline elements. This will cover most of all common HTML elements, such as heading elements, formatting elements, form elements, etc. Then, to put everything you've learned into practice, you'll build an amazing project called Lander, which is basically a static landing page. You're going to learn how to set up the project structure. This includes how to organize the HTML, CSS, and image files. You then will learn how to create the HTML document. You'll learn how to create all these sections of this page, such as the header, the body, and the footer section. Then in CSS, you'll learn how to style all these sections the same way you see here. You'll learn how to set background colors, text colors, and background images. You'll also learn how to position all these elements. So by the end of this course, you'll have the basic skills you need of HTML and CSS to begin a career in web development. Or even if you just want to learn for personal or business purposes. Take the first step and join now to start learning HTML and CSS. Hi, welcome back guys. In this video, I'm going to show you the text editor I'm going to be using. So if you already have one and you want to stick with it, then that is awesome. Or if you want to use the notepad from Windows, that'll work also. So the one I use is Brackets. And this is a really great code editor. So far, the best one for me. And best of all, it's free. So for those that want to use it, just go to Google and type Brackets. Click on the first link here. Okay, you can read all the features they provide if you like. Otherwise, just click download. I'm not gonna click download because I already have installed. Okay, so all you have to do is just follow the instructions and you should be ready to go. Okay, so that is it guys for this video. So I'll see you in the next lesson. Welcome to your first lesson. In this lesson, I'm going to explain what HTML stands for and why we have to use it. So what is HTML? HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. Now, if we break it down, hypertext stands for links that connect web pages to another. Markup language presents text, images, and other content for display in a web browser. Now, what is it good for? HTML is used to build web pages. With HTML, you can build your very own website. HTML formats your page contents. For example, HTML helps to format title and paragraphs of text, tables, lists, images, and many other HTML elements. Okay, so now we just learned what HTML stands for and why we have to use it. On the next lesson, we're going to learn how a HTML document works. Welcome back. On the previous lesson, we learned about what HTML stands for and why we have to use it. On this lesson, we're going to learn how a HTML document works. So we have 4 parts here. There's 4 parts that we have to look at. So the first one is document type declaration. This defines what version of HTML to use. Then the next 3 parts are the 3 main tags that basically describes the whole document. Okay, so we have the HTML element. It is also known as the root element. This represents the root of a document. Then we have the head element. It contains information about the document, including its title, links, and style sheets. This information is used by browsers, but it's not displayed to visitors. And for last, we have the body element. It contains the entire visible content of a web page. Now we get to code. I'm going to explain step by step so you can understand how the a HTML document works, okay? But first, we're going to create a folder on the desktop. And I'm going to name it, I'm just going to call it document. Okay? And then you can open brackets. I already have it open here. So if you see this here, it's just giving you information about brackets. So it's basically a guide, as it says in here. It's a guide. So you can read on, or you can just delete it, do whatever you want with it, okay? But we're gonna open the new folder we just created. So just click here, open folder, and let's navigate to desktop, and where it is, where is it? Okay, document. Yeah, sorry, I couldn't see it. Now we're just gonna select it. Okay, now we're gonna create a new file here, and I'm gonna call it HTML document. Dot HTML. Okay. So we're gonna start by defining what version of HTML. We want to use the latest version, that is HTML5. So we're gonna type doc type, okay, and then HTML. You do not have to type capital letters. You can if you want. This is just my preference, okay? Next, we have the root element. Now, within the HTML tags, we define all HTML elements. So the next thing we're gonna add is gonna be the head element. And anything you add within the head tag is gonna be only for the browser, okay? The visitor will not see. So within the head tag, I'm gonna add a title tag, and I'm just gonna put my first web page title. Okay. Now we have the body tag, and it's basically the same thing. Okay, you just change the text inside, in the middle. Change it to body. Now, anything you add within the body will be displayed to the user, will be visible to the user, okay? We're gonna add two different elements. So the first one is gonna be a large heading, and the second one is gonna be a paragraph. So I'm just gonna type H1, and I'm gonna add my first large heading. And the second element is going to be a P tag. The P tag stands for paragraph, okay? So I'm going to type, this is my first paragraph. Okay? Now let's save it and check it out. You can click in here, okay, and it should launch the page. And there it is. We have my first large heading, which belongs to the heading 1, and then the paragraph here, which belongs to the P tag here. Now, the title is not displayed in here because, as I said before, this is just for the visitors to see. Okay, this title is displayed over here on the top, okay, of each tab. When you open websites, you're gonna see on each tab the title. Okay, we just created our first HTML document, and on the next lesson, we're gonna look at CSS. In this lecture, you're gonna learn about headings. So the headings are heading 1 all the way up to heading 6. So we have heading 1, heading 2, heading 3, heading 4, heading 5, and heading 6. All of them are block level elements. For those who don't know about the block level elements, we're going to cover them in a later lesson. Now, the heading 1 element is the most important heading, and it should only be used one per page. The heading 6 is the least important heading. However, heading 2 all the way up to heading 6 can be used as often as desired. This heading should always be used in order. Okay, let's get to it. So we're gonna add H1, which is the first one. I'm gonna enter, this is heading 1. Okay, now I'm gonna do a heading 2 element. This is heading 2. Now heading 3. This is heading 3. Heading 4. This is heading 4. Now heading 5. And the last one is a heading 6. Okay, now let's save it and come to the browser, refresh, and here you can see the differences. The heading 1, it has the largest font size. The heading 6, which is the last one, has the smallest font size. Well, that is 6 for this lecture. In the next lecture, we're going to learn about the paragraph, line breaks, and thematic breaks. In the previous lecture, we learned about the headings. In this lecture, we're going to learn about paragraph, line breaks, and thematic break element. So we're going to start with the P tag, which is the paragraph element. The P element is a block level element and represents a paragraph. We're going to start by just adding a P tag. This is how you define the P tag or the paragraph element. And inside this element here, okay, a content can be added there. Okay, so let's go to our browser and let's go to this website called Lipson.com. Yeah, Lipson.com. And we're gonna generate 2 paragraphs. Okay, scroll down and come to this text field here and just add the number 2 just to generate 2 paragraphs and click generate. I'm just gonna grab 1 paragraph. That's what I'm gonna do. Okay, copy. Gonna close it. Okay, and I'm gonna paste it in between the P tags. Okay, now let's save it and refresh the page. I mean the browser. Okay, and there you have it. This is how you define a P tag with some content inside. Next, we have the line break element. So the web browsers do not read human minds. What do I mean by this? Well, let's just say we typed this paragraph here, and so we want from the second sentence all the way to the end, we want all this content to start on the next line.
okay? Most likely we would immediately hit enter like this, right? And of course, we are expecting to see the same results in the web browsers if we type there, right? Let's just save it and check it out. And you see nothing happens. The second sentence still remains in the first line, right? That's because web browsers don't observe what line your code is on. Therefore, they remove extra lines and also extra spaces. Now, in order for the web browser to do what we want, we need to add a line break element anywhere between the p tags. In our case, it's right here, right? So I'm just gonna bring this back up, and the way to define a line break is just like this. That's it, BR, okay? By adding this line break tag, we are telling the web browsers to take the content to the next line. So let's save it and check it out. And there it is, okay? You can see the differences there. Now we have our content the way we want it. And this is the way to start off in a new line by using a line break. Don't use many line breaks at once. Instead, create sections and use CSS to create the space you need. Finally, we have the thematic break. The thematic break is used to separate paragraph level elements. For example, a change of topic with a section. Let's define it. Let's just copy the whole paragraph there. Let's save it. And see, we have now 2 paragraphs here. Now, let's add the thematic break. And the thematic break is basically HR. Okay? Remember, this is a line break. This is a thematic break. Now, let's save it. Refresh. And there we have it. We have a line. It used to called a horizontal line break, but now it's called thematic break. Okay. Now, note that the thematic break and the line break are named as empty elements, meaning that they do not take any content. You see, they don't take any content inside. Well, that is it for now. We learned that the P element is the block level element and represents a paragraph. We also learned that the web browsers remove extra spaces and extra lines. Finally, the thematic break is used to separate paragraph level elements. In the next lecture, we're going to learn about formatting. In the previous lecture, we learned about paragraph, line breaks, and thematic breaks. In this lecture, you learned the basic text formatting, and we're going to be focusing on EM tag and the I tag. But before that, we need to understand what HTML semantic element is. An HTML semantic element describes its meaning to both the web browsers and the author or developer. For example, instead of using a div with a header class, like we have here, we would use a header, like so. You can see that the div don't have a meaning at all, and the header does. Therefore, the header is a semantic element and the div is not. So I'm gonna get rid of this, and we're gonna start with the EM tag. The EM tag stands for emphasis. This is used to emphasize the text, and the EM or the emphasis is a semantic element. So I'm gonna open an EM tag right here, and I'm gonna close it up right here. Okay, now this is how you define a EM tag or emphasis element. Okay, now let's save it and go to the browser, refresh. The web browser displays the emphasized text as an italic format. Okay, so for the EM or emphasis and I element, there's really not a visual difference. It's completely the same, but for the web browsers, there is. Use the EM element to add a semantic importance when you need to emphasize a text, a sentence, or even a whole paragraph, but it's not recommended to be used for italic style purposes. Instead, use an italic element or CSS. Next, we have the I element. The I element stands for italic and defines an italic text. The I element is not a semantic element. Okay, so I'm going to start it right here and just add the I tag, the I letter there. And I'm going to close it right here. Okay, now save it and refresh. Notice that the visual presentation is the same as the EM element. In fact, both of them are alike, just with a huge difference. The EM element is a semantic element and the I element is not. Well, that is it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we're going to continue looking at formatting, and we're going to be focusing on strong and B tags. In the previous lecture, we learned about formatting text, and we focused on emphasis and italic element. In this lecture, we're going to continue learning about formatting text, and we're going to be focusing on strong and B element. So we're going to start with the strong element. The HTML strong element defines a strong text, and this is also a semantic element. So let's start by adding the strong element right here. So I'm going to open the tag right here, and I'm going to close it up right here. Now, let's save it and refresh the browser, and there it is. Now, the next one is the B tag. The B element represents a bold text. The bold element works the same as a strong element, except that the B element is not an HTML semantic element. Okay, so now I'm gonna add the B tag right here. Yeah, which is the bold element. I'm gonna close it right here. Okay, let's save it and refresh the page. Okay, and you can see this is the strong element and this is the bold element. The results are the same as a strong element. But once again, the B tag defines a bold text without any additional importance. Well, that is it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we're going to continue looking at formatting text, and we're going to be focusing on the underline and the mark tag. In the previous lecture, we learned about the strong and bold elements. In this lecture, we're going to continue learning about formatting, and we're going to learn about U element and mark element. The U element stands for underline. The underline element delivers text with a line right under the baseline of its content. The underline element is a semantic element. This is why it should be used differently as an abnormal text, such as proper names in Chinese or misspelled words. So we're going to do an example here. Okay, so we're going to start by typing the U letter there. And I'm going to close it right here. Okay, this is the way to define an underline tag. Okay, now let's save it and refresh the page. You can see 2 sentences have been underlined now. Now, don't use the underline element where it could potentially be confused for hyperlinks. And be aware of other elements that could almost always be more suitable than the underline element. If you need to underline a text, do it in a non-semantic way. For example, use a span instead. Apply CSS styles to it, and the same result can be accomplished. Next, we have the mark element. The mark element represents highlighted text, and it's a semantic element. The mark element basically marks text, such as for reference aims, for relevant search results, etc. So let's try it. So I'm gonna come right here, and I'm gonna define the mark element here, just with the mark, just M-A-R-K, and I'm gonna close it up right here. Okay, now I'm gonna save it and come to the browser, refresh, and you can see the 2 sentences are highlighted now. And this is the way to define an underline element and the mark element. Well, that is it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we're gonna continue with our formatting, and we're gonna focus on superscript and subscript elements. In the previous lecture, we learned about the U and mark element. In this lecture, we're gonna continue with our formatting basis, and we're gonna focus on the superscript and subscript elements. The superscript element displays superscript text above the baseline but right under the midline of the text. Also, it usually appears smaller than the rest of the text and is a semantic element. So I'm gonna get rid of this, and I'm actually gonna enter a sentence here, and I'm going to define a p tag here. Now I'm gonna define the superscript tag, and again I'm gonna close it up right after the H letter. Now save it and refresh, and there you have it. You can see that superscript is surrounding the TH, and that's why it appears smaller and a little above than the baseline. Next, we have our subscript element, and the subscript element displays a subscript text, and it's a semantic element as well. This element also appears lower, smaller, and between the baseline, but above the center line of the text. A great usage example of this element would be chemical formulas. So we're going to create another p tag here underneath it, and I'm gonna enter the chemical formula for water is H2O. Save it, and let's see. Okay, there we have our sentence there. What I'm gonna do now is that I'm going to, right before the number 2, we're gonna open the subscript tag and type SUB and close it up right after the number. There you go. Now let's just save it and refresh the page, and there you go. And this is one way to define the subscript element. And on the first sentence, we have the superscript element, and then the second one, the subscript element. Now, this element or these elements should be used for semantic purposes only, and not for CSS styling purposes. Well, that is it for this lecture. This marks the end of basic text formatting. In the next lecture, we're going to learn about HTML comments. In the previous lecture, we learned about the superscript and subscript elements. In this lecture, we're going to learn about HTML comments. HTML has a convenient method to record comments in the code. The reason for this is that it enables you to add comments anywhere or in certain parts of your code. This is useful to explain about what your code does or how it works. Now, the comments are totally overlooked by the browser and unable to be seen by the user. To add an HTML comment, you start by adding a less than symbol followed by an exclamation mark, and then 2 dash symbols. Okay, so this is the opening HTML comment, and the closing comment is 2 dash symbols and the greater than symbol. There. Okay, now this is the opening HTML comment, and this is the closing HTML comment. Now between these tags, it's where you add the text. So I'm going to add invisible to the user. I'm going to save it, refresh the browser, and you don't see that text in there, right? The sentence is not there because, once again, it's invisible. Now, if we remove this, the HTML comments, then we would obviously see the sentence. So I'm gonna, also you can use the HTML comment to disable other elements like this. Let's say that you want to disable a part, some part of your code, and you can just add it like this. Okay, save it, and we're only gonna see one sentence, which is this one, the chemical formula. And there it is. Well, we only see one sentence. Well, that is it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we're going to learn about the anchor element. In the previous lecture, we learned about HTML comments. In this lecture, we're going to learn about links. Links are anchor elements. An anchor element basically allows visitors to navigate within the same page or to other locations. Anchor tags are almost used in every single web page, which provides fast and easy navigation. An anchor element not necessarily has to be a text. Instead, it can be an image or wrap other elements. When this element is used, at least one attribute has to be defined. That is the href, which stands for Hypertext Reference. The href or Hypertext Reference specifies a URL or a URL fragment that points to its destination. To define an anchor tag, okay, we're gonna start like we always do with our elements, the less than symbol, and then the letter A. And then I'm going to add, well, I'm gonna close the opening tag, and then I'm gonna add the closing tag, the A closing tag. Okay, now on the opening tag, I'm gonna add the attribute of the hypertext reference, which is href equals signs and double quotes, two double quotes. And as a text, I'm gonna add, take me to Facebook. Take me to Facebook. We're gonna go to Facebook. Okay, on the value for the hypertext reference, I'm gonna come over here to get the link. I'm gonna type Facebook. And all I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna highlight these links and copy. Then I'm gonna come back here and paste it in. There it is. Okay, now this link here should take us to Facebook. So I'm gonna save it, and I'm gonna refresh the page, and there it is. Take me to Facebook. I can just click on it, and it should take me to Facebook. Okay, so it worked. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna go back and so just to let you know, you see the text is underlined, and this is the default style from the web browser, that when the text there is a hyperlink, it will underline it. Well, that is it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we're gonna learn about images. In the previous lecture, we learned about the anchor element. In this lecture, we're gonna learn about the image element. If you like to provide a complete information about your website in a fascinating and efficient way, then images can help on this. Images are a great option that you can have in your web design. To use an image tag, you have to specify two attributes, the source and the alternative text. The source specifies the URL of the image. The alt specifies or explains what the image is about. The alt attribute helps screen readers to interact with the image. To create an image tag, we do the same thing. We create a less than symbol or sign, and then add img,
And this is a self-closing tag, so we gotta add the backslash and then the more than sign or symbol. Now I'm gonna add the source, which is src, and then the alt attribute. Okay, now what you're about to see next, I don't advise you to do it for production. This is just for education purpose. Okay, so just to show you how the image works. So I'm gonna come here to this image here, and I'm gonna right click on it, go to copy image address. Then I'm gonna go back to our code editor, and then in the source, between the double quotes, I'm gonna add the text. I'm gonna paste in the text or the link. Okay, and in the alt, I'm going to say just Google. Okay, now save it and refresh, and we have our image there. Okay, now I'm gonna download, or we are going to download an image and gonna show you how to retrieve it within our folder so we can use it from there. So I'm gonna, on Google, I'm gonna type, gonna look up for web development, no, web design, yeah, web design. Then click on images. And you can choose any image here, okay? But I'm going to choose gonna choose this one. So I'm gonna click on it, right click, and then I'm going to save image as. And I'm gonna save it on my desktop, okay? And I'm just gonna say web design image, and then save it. Okay, now I'm gonna come to my desktop and look up for it. Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, here it is. Okay, now what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna drag it to my folder. Okay, the folder that we are working as a project. Okay, and then on the on brackets, I'm going to right click on it and refresh file tree. And here it is. We have our image here. It's a PNG extension or image. Now what I'm gonna do next is I'm gonna highlight this code here, and I'm just going to say, I'm just gonna type the name of the image there, which is web design, and then .png. Okay, and then on the alt, I'm just gonna say web design. Okay, this is wrong there. Gonna save it, and this is the way to use an image that you have within your folder, or that you have on your root folder, or within your project. Now I'm gonna refresh the page here. Let me see here. Okay, the reason it didn't work was because I forgot to add the img, which stands for image, right? So now it should work.
And there it is. We have our image, and this is the way to add images to our web page. Well, that is it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we're going to learn about tables. In the previous lecture, we learned about images. In this lecture, we're going to learn about tables. HTML tables are used to display data, which gives you the flexibility to identify certain values that are in relation to some type of data. Now, I will cover the very basics such as table heading cell, table body, table row, and table cells. So let's create a simple table that will contain ID numbers, first names, and last names as data. Define a table tag here. Okay, within the table, we're going to write a table heading, a table head, and just type T-head. Okay, within the T-head or the table head, we're going to define a table row. Okay, now within the table row, we're going to define a table heading cell, type TH. So we have first, as we've said before, that, or if I had said before, that we're going to do ID. We're going to do some ID numbers. So we're going to write ID, # and ID. And then we're going to write another table heading the same way, TH. And then we're going to type first name. And do the same thing, add the same element. And we're going to type last name. Okay. Now, right after the T-head or the table head tag, we're going to open the table body tag and just type T-body. Okay. And within the T-body, we're going to define another table row. And within the table row, we're going to define 3 items or 3 elements, which are the table data. Okay, so TD. And on the first element as text, we're gonna type 1. And then on the second element, which is the same element, we're going to type John. And on the last one, it's gonna be the last name, Doe. Okay, so we're gonna create 2 more table rows like this. So I'm just gonna copy, okay, the whole table row, copy, and paste it right under the table, right under the table row closing tag. Okay, so I'm just gonna paste it one more time, and on this one I'm gonna change the number to 2, and I'm gonna say that one is gonna be Lincoln White as last name. And then the last one here, I'm gonna change it to 3, and on this one I'm gonna say Kim it's gonna be what, Johnson. Johnson. Yeah, Johnson. Okay, yeah. Okay, so we have 3 datas here. Okay, 3 results, if you wanna call it that way.
So let's just save it like it is, and let's see. Okay, there it is. There's our table. It does not look good, right? Does not look good at all. So what we're gonna do next, we're gonna add some styles to it, and for that, we're gonna create an internal CSS style sheet so we can make it look like at least a common data table. So we're gonna add the style tag right in the head section or within the head tag, okay? And I'm gonna add an attribute to the style tag. That's gonna be the type. And as a value, I'm gonna type text, backslash, and CSS, okay? Now, we're gonna call the table element, which is this here. So just type table. We're gonna add a width and add 80% to it. And then we're going to call the table, the TH, which is the table head, and then we're gonna call the table D, which is the table data. So 3 elements, the TH, then TD. Okay, now we're gonna add a border, and we're gonna add 1 pixel, solid, and blue. Next, we're gonna add a padding of 8 pixels. Next, we have the text align left. We're gonna align the text to the left side. And the last one is gonna be border collapse. And its value is gonna be collapse. Okay, save it, and it should look a lot better. There it is. It looks better. Now I'm gonna explain what this means. This whole thing, it's a table, okay? It's a table. Then we have the table head, which is this right here. And then within the table head, we have we defined a table row that holds 3 items or 3 elements. Those elements are the table heading cells or table heading, okay? Which is the ID holds the first name and the last name, okay? Next we have the T body, okay, which is the table body, which is this right here. Within the T body, we defined another table row, and the first row is basically a table row. The second row is basically the second row, and the third one, well, the third row, the third table row. Now on the first table row, we defined 3 table datas, or 3 table cells, and we add the text of 1 for the ID, and then on the second table data, we added the name, and on the last one, we added Doe as last name. Now let me tell you this, that the T-body holds or wraps the whole data, okay? And the table row, it is used in both the table head, and in the table body. Well, that is it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we're gonna look at web lists. In the previous lecture, we learned about tables. In this lecture, we're gonna learn about web lists. Web lists, or HTML lists, are literally the same as our daily list we always plan. Lists are basically everywhere on the web. You name any site and I promise you they will have them. So I'm going to cover two types, unordered and ordered list. So the first one is going to be an ordered list. In an unordered list, the items doesn't matter if it's in order or not. So first I'm going to define a heading 2 tag. This is just to organize our web list items or elements. So I'm going to say unordered list. Okay. Now, to define an unordered list tag, you type the U and L. There you go. Just like this. Now, let's type second item. And right underneath, we're gonna say third item, and the last one is gonna be first item. Okay, I'm showing you this way because you would normally write it this way in a piece of paper. Is that correct? Yes, we would do it this way, but this is not the right way. If we save it and go to the browser to check the results, you're gonna see it this way, which is not the right way. In order to have a common list, we have to wrap each item in a list item or LI element, and we do it this way, LI, just like this. Okay, now this is the right way to define a list or a web list. Now let's save it and check it out. Now the first thing you see is a bullet on the left, right, on each item, and this is the way to define an ordered list. Next, we're gonna define order list, and I'm gonna write type again H2 heading 2 and type ordered list. Okay, to define an order list, it's gonna be OL. Okay, so define the OL tag or order list, and then within the OL tag, we're gonna do the same thing. Okay, list item tag, and I'm gonna say first item. I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm just gonna copy and paste it in twice, and I'm just gonna change first to second, and this one third. Okay, save it, refresh the browser, and there you have it. You can see that in an order list, all the items are numbered. Well, that is it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we're going to learn about block level and inline elements. In the previous lecture, we learned about web lists. In this lecture, we're going to learn about block level and inline elements. So we're going to start with a block level element. A block level element always begins on new lines, and they expand to full width of its parent. So we're going to create a div here, a div tag, and inside the div tag, I'm going to include all the, well, not all of them, but just some of the block level elements, the most common ones, and that is the p tag. Then we have the heading 1, heading 2, heading 2, heading 3, heading 4, heading 5, and heading 6. Then we have the order list, an order list, of course a div,
address, field set, form, table, etc. Okay, now just to define or to be able to see the width of the div, I'm going to define a background for the div. So within the style element, I'm going to define the div, and I'm going to add a background color. And that's going to be red. Okay. Now let's save it. Refresh the browser. And there you have it. You can see the div element takes up the whole space in that line. Okay, now let's move on to the inline elements. The inline elements start anywhere in a line, and their width are not expandable. So I'm going to create a span. A span is an inline element. So I'm going to create a span tag, and I'm going to include some of the inline elements. That is this B, which stands for bold. Okay, hold on. We have the B, and then the small, italic, code, strong, image, subscript, and then we have the subscript. We have also button, input, label, select, text area, etc. Okay. Now to be able to see the width, then we have to add a background color. So I'm gonna type span and add the background color of yellow. Okay, save it. Refresh the page. Okay, that didn't work. Span. Then we have the span here. Something is wrong here. Background color yellow. Yep, I'm missing an L there. Okay, refresh the page, and there it is. You can see that the span inline element doesn't take up the whole space in that line. So again, the element with the red background, it's a block level element, and the element that is wrapping all this text here with the yellow background, it's an inline element. Well, that is it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we're going to look at forms. In the previous lecture, we learned about block level and inline elements. In this lecture, we're going to learn about HTML forms. An HTML form collects data from each element's value attribute and submits it to a web server. It can also retrieve data from the web server as well. So let's define a form here. Just like this. To use a form, you need at least two attributes, the action and the method. So we're going to add the action attribute here. And the action attribute specifies the location into where the form will be processed. Okay. Now, the method attribute, let's add the method attribute. The method attribute tells the browser what method to use, either post or get. The post method sends data to a web server in a secured way. However, the get method also sends data to a web server, but through the action attribute, and it's displayed in the address bar, which is not a secured way. So this is a form element here and you can add some form elements such as inputs or buttons, that will take data to a web server. That is it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we're going to look at form elements, what goes inside of these forms. In the previous lecture, we learned about form element. In this lecture, we're going to be looking at form elements. So we're going to be looking at several form elements. One of the mostly used form elements is the input element, since it can be specified in different types, and the attribute that determines it is the type attribute. So we're going to create a form first. And I'm just going to add the action attribute and the method attribute. Okay, so we're going to define, and we're going to create the input element, and the input element is a self-closing tag. Okay, then we're going to add type attribute. Okay, so the first type that we're going to be looking at is the button. Okay, the button, I'm going to add a value also so we can just kind of see. I'm going to say just button. So I'm going to save it and refresh the browser. And there is the button. Well, this button, it's a button with no predefined behavior. Okay, so the only way you can use it is if you use JavaScript with it. Okay, now I'm gonna, let me see here. I'm gonna create a break line here and create another one. Okay, now I'm gonna create another input element, and I'm gonna add checkbox. But before I add the checkbox, I wanna copy the whole element with the break lines. Now I'm gonna add the checkbox, save it and refresh the browser, and there you have your checkbox. And the checkbox allows to select or deselect values, right? Okay, now I'm gonna just paste in what I had previously copied, and I'm gonna add a color type. Now the color, it's a new HTML attribute or type. Okay, let's refresh the page, and here you can just click on it and you can select any color you wish. Okay, let's see, a green color, click OK, and there is the color that you chose. Okay, now I'm gonna paste, I'm gonna add the date, and this is also an new HTML type. On this one, a date basically is used to define a date without time. Okay, you can open these the box there and choose a date. Next, we have the date time, I believe. Let me see. Date time local. Save it, refresh, and yep. You can choose a date and a time here just by clicking in here, okay, and then go up or down with these arrows. Okay.
Next we have the email. This is a new attribute in, a new type in HTML5. And of course, the email input is just to enter an email address. Okay, now we have the file. The file lets the user to select a file. File types can be specified as default to be selected if the accept attribute is defined. So here you can choose a file, of course. Okay. Next we have hidden, and with this one, it's not visible to the user. So and it's used to send values to the web server. That's all it does. Next we have the image, and it's basically a submit button. There it is. It's a submit button that lets you add an image, but the source attribute with the image location must be defined. Okay. Next we have the month. This is a new attribute, a new type of HTML5. On this one, month, you can just enter a month and a year with no time zone. Okay, just the month and the year. Next we have the number. This is another a new HTML5 type. Oh man, I want to keep saying attribute for some reason. Okay, the number is used to enter a number. Then we have password. Of course, the password is used to enter text, which is replaced by asterisks or circles. Then we have the radio. I know many of you have seen radio buttons. So a radio button allows you to select single value out of multiple choices. So then next we have the range. And this is a range input. Okay, so the range lets the user to specify a numeric value. By default, a slider represents the input element. Okay. Next we have the reset. I'm gonna add a value to it. Otherwise, you won't see anything but just a gray box. So I'm just gonna reset. Refresh, and there you have it. What the reset button is used to reset the whole form data to its default values. Next we have the search. This is a new HTML type, and it's just like a basic input, a text input, text field. The search is used to enter search strings or queries. Okay. Next we have the submit button, and I'm gonna add a value to it also. And I'm just gonna say submit, refresh, and the submit will basically submit the form values.
And then we have the TEL, which stands for telephone type, and it's used to enter a telephone number. Okay. But of course, you can enter also letters. Okay. Next is the text. This input, the text, is the most commonly used. Okay, that's what we used to use, years back. Just text input. If we wanted to use it for email, and in fact, there's still developers that do it. That uses the text field, the text type. Yeah. So we have the time. This is a new HTML5 type, and the type, you can just click on the first option here, then click on the arrow, and it will help you enter a time with no time zone. Next, we have the URL. This is a new type from HTML5. And well, here you can just enter a URL. Okay. Next, we have week and the last type. This is a new HTML5 type. And here you can just choose a week. There you go. We have gone through all input types, and this is it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we're gonna look at some more form elements, but we're gonna focus on the select element. In the previous lecture, we learned about the input element and the types. In this lecture, we're gonna learn about the select element. So a select element provides a group of options that can be selected. To define a select element, type select, and then add a select closing tag, and we're gonna add a name attribute, and I'm gonna say fruits. Okay. Now right inside, we're going to add another. We're gonna add another element which is called option, and this is basically a child of the parent, which is the select element. So just add option, and I'm gonna add a value also. But before I add the text to it and the value, I'm just going to copy it, and I'm gonna say on this one, I'm gonna say apples. And for the value, apples. Okay. I'm just gonna paste it in, paste it like, 3 more times. And on this one, on the second one, I'm gonna say grapes. For the text, grapes. Bananas. For the text, bananas. And the last one, oranges. And on the text, oranges. Okay. So to pre-select and okay, let's just save it and refresh the browser, and there we have it. We can okay, it's not working. Option, select, select name fruits. Oranges. Why is it not working? Let me see. Okay, it is. There it is. It was just slow. My computer's being slow. Okay, so you can see the options there: apples, grapes, bananas, and orange. And you can choose. You can choose whatever option you need to select. Now, to pre-select an option, simply add the selected attribute. Otherwise, by default, the first option will be selected. Okay, so I'm gonna choose oranges, and I'm just gonna add the selected attribute. That's all we need. Now save it, and let's refresh the page. And now the pre-selected option has changed to oranges. And of course, the value attribute is needed in each option. Okay, so the value is what specifies that option. Okay, now if you want to be able to select more than one option at a time, then add the multiple attribute. This attribute will allow to select multiple options. So on the select element, I'm just going to add multiple as a attribute. And now we should see the box expanded, and there he is. You can choose multiple options. Okay, how can you choose multiple options? Just hit Control key and click. This way you can select multiple options. Well, that is it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we're going to learn about the text area element, which still belongs to a form element. In the previous lecture, we learned about the select element. In this lecture, we're going to learn about the text area element. A text area is used to enter multi-line text. There is two attributes that could be used but are not required: the columns and the rows attribute. The columns attribute takes only positive numbers and is used to set the width of a text area. The rows attribute specifies the height of a text area, which is based on text lines. Okay, so we're going to define a text area here. And this element has its own closing tag. So we're going to add the rows attribute first. And we're going to set this to 3. Then we're going to add the columns attribute. We're going to set this to 40. Remember, the rows specifies the height of the text area, and the columns specifies the width of the text area. Okay, so I'm going to add a text. This is a very simple message. Okay, now I'm gonna save it and refresh the page. And there you have it. Let's just increment the height. Make it to 10. Okay, and increment the width. I'm gonna say 80. Okay, and of course you can expand this, right? Okay, well that is it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we're gonna learn about the button element. In this lecture, you're gonna start learning about CSS. What is CSS? CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. CSS is a style language or style sheet language and not a programming language. It is used to present a final visual style of a web page or HTML document. What is its functionality? CSS helps to define the font size,
colors, borders, background images, and the position of HTML elements. Overall, CSS will allow you to fully control the look and feel of your web page. In the next lecture, you're going to learn about CSS rule sets. In the previous lecture, you learned the meaning of CSS and its functionality. In this lecture, you're going to learn about the CSS rule sets. A rule set or rule contains a selector and a declaration block. Selector. This piece of code, which in this case the P, is used to identify the HTML element or elements that need to be affected by those styles. The declaration block begins with an opening brace and ends with a closing brace. They're also known as curly brackets. Within these braces, a declaration or more are defined separated by a semicolon. A declaration consists of a property followed by a colon and the property value followed by a semicolon. The property is the appearance of one or more elements that needs to be styled. For example, font size, color, padding, margin, and background are among other properties the most commonly used in CSS. In this case, color is the property. Property value. The property value is used to define a property, which in turn gives the aspect to an HTML element. As an example, we have defined the property color with a given value of red. Well, that is it for the CSS rule set. In the next lecture, you're going to learn ways on how to apply CSS rule sets. In the previous lecture, you learned about the CSS rule set structure. In this lecture, you're going to learn the methods you can use to apply rule sets. So there's basically three methods you can use to apply CSS rule sets. Number one, inline CSS styles. This method is defined right inside the HTML element tag and will only affect this particular element. But you can certainly define one or more rule sets. Number two, internal style sheet. This method is defined within the head section. All CSS rules added this way will only be available to the current HTML document. Number three, external style sheet. It's basically a separated CSS file that can be linked to one or more web pages. Now, this is a very convenient method because all changes that are made in a CSS file affect all web pages in which it has been included. Well, that is it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we're going to put these three methods into practice. In the previous lecture, you learned about the three methods you can use to apply CSS rule sets. In this lecture, you're going to learn how easy it is to use these three methods. So let's open up brackets. Okay, we're going to use the same file we used before. And here we're going to change this text. And I'm going to say this is styled using the method of inline CSS style. Okay, now I'm just gonna copy and paste the same text. And I'm gonna replace it on the P tag, and I'm gonna say, okay, this is misspelled here. I'm gonna say instead of an inline CSS style, we're gonna put internal style sheet. Okay, and we're gonna create another element here, which is the div element, and I'm gonna do the same thing here, copy and paste, and I'm just gonna change it to external style sheet. Okay, now I'm just gonna separate this. Okay, so the first one is
inline CSS style. So we're gonna add the style attribute, and we're gonna add a property name and a property value. In this case, we're gonna add a color for our property name, and then we're gonna add green for our property value. Close it up with a semicolon. Now let's save it and see the changes. You can open the folder where that file is located at, and just double click on it, and it should open up in the browser. Now you can see the color of the heading 1 has been changed. So let's go back to our file here, and we're gonna work on the second method. The second method is the internal style sheet. This method involves working in the head section. So create a style element, and we're gonna add a type attribute. We're gonna put the value of text backslash CSS. Then we just close it up. Now, what the type attribute does is it basically defines a styling language. That's all it does. So now we're gonna target this text here, and we're just gonna select the tag name. In this case, is the P, like this, and then opening and closing brackets, curly brackets. And again, we gotta add our property name and a property value. Property name is gonna be color, the same thing. And a property value, in this case, we're gonna add blue. Now we can go back over here and see those changes. You can see the text has been changed to blue. Looks purple, but it's blue. Now, the last method is the external style sheet. For this method, as I have mentioned it before, we create a CSS file. So go to File, then New. You can do it through here. Okay, File, then New, or just right-click anywhere here and create a new file. I'm gonna name it style.css. Okay. So we're gonna do the same thing. Let's go back to our HTML file, and we're gonna target now the last element here. I'm gonna select div. So basically it's the same thing. And I'm gonna add the color of I'm gonna add brown this time. Okay, let's save it and check it out. Okay, let's refresh the page, and there's no changes. It's still the same with the same color. And the reason is because there is not a relationship between these two files. So we have to reference the style sheet, okay, in the web page. So we gotta create a link element in the head section too. And this link element, I'm gonna explain a little bit about it, okay? The link element helps to have a relationship between the current web page and an external file. It's most used to link style sheets. In this case, the style CSS file here, right? Okay, let's create a link element here. And this is basically a self-closing tag, okay? So we're gonna add a rel attribute, rel, and we're gonna put the value of style sheet. Okay, what this means is that it specifies a relationship between the linked file and the current file. Now let's add a type attribute here.
let's put text and backslash CSS as our value there. This specifies the type of the style sheet that has been linked. And finally, the last attribute we're going to use is the href. Okay, href. We're just going to put the name of our file, style.css. This attribute basically gets the URL of the style sheet linked. These three attributes are the most common to use in a link element. Okay, now let's save it and see those changes. As you see here, now it has been changed to brown. Well, that is it for this lecture. In the next lecture, I'm going to show you the most common ways of how to select HTML elements in CSS. In this lecture, you're going to learn how to select HTML elements in CSS. So I'm going to copy and paste this element twice. Okay, and I'm going to get rid of these two elements here, the top ones. Okay, and I'm going to target the first element here. So to select this HTML element in CSS, we have to add a class. So I'm going to add first selector. Let's go to our CSS file. Let's get rid of this here. We're going to start with by adding a dot here, and then first selector. And then our curly brackets. Now, by starting with a dot here, you're basically telling CSS that this is a class. Otherwise, if you don't add it, then CSS won't do anything. Whatever you specify in this rule set, it won't work. So I'm just gonna add a font size, and I'm going to I'm gonna put 50 pixels. Okay, now save it and let save the HTML file and then your CSS file. Let's refresh this page. Okay, you can see the first element that we targeted, the font size has been changed now. Let's go back to our HTML file, and now let's target our second element here. And in this case, I'm going to add an ID. And I'm going to say second selector. Now the same rules applies to any attribute value, okay? So let's go to our CSS file. Now we're gonna select the second element with the ID. We're gonna start with the pound sign and then second selector. And we basically do the same thing. You see the differences here? This is an ID selector, okay? And this is a class selector. Now, on this one, I'm gonna add some space to those words. So, I'm gonna specify it this way. Let me see, I can barely see it. Okay, letter, spacing, and then 1 REN. Now let's save it. Let's check it out here. And you can see the second element has been affected. Okay, this is by selecting the ID. Now let's go back to our HTML file. Now we're gonna target our last element here. Okay, and this is a little different than the other ones. Okay, so I'm gonna add a class again, and I'm gonna put third selector, third selector. Now let's go back to our CSS file, and we're gonna add div because that's the tag name of our element here, right? So we're gonna add, the first thing we're gonna add is the div, and then square brackets, and inside those square brackets I'm gonna put the class attributes, and the value, which was the third, I believe, the third selector. Yeah, third selector. And then the curly brackets. On this one, I'm going to add a background color, yellow. And this is another way to select HTML elements. So let's go back, let's save it, and let's go to our browser and let's refresh the page. And there you have it. A background color has been added to it. Okay, so in the next lecture, I'm going to show you the most common properties and property values used in CSS. In this lecture, we're going to look at the display CSS property. This CSS property styles the element the way you want it to be displayed. It takes several property values, but only 4 of them are the most commonly used. So the first one is block. By default, several elements are predefined by the browser's default style sheet, but you need to know which elements are those. So when you set this property value, it will force the element to take up as much space as it can, and they cannot be aligned horizontally unless they are set to float with the help of another CSS property. Furthermore, it will easily let you control its width and height. So I'm gonna add a span here. And I'm gonna type, this is a span element. And I'm gonna come to the CSS file. I'm gonna add span. I'm gonna add a background color because we need to see the width differences. I'm gonna add red. And let's just take a look here. Okay, there it is. Now I'm gonna add the display property. I'm gonna add block. Let's go to our browser, refresh. The block value takes the whole space that is available in the row. Okay, that's what the block value does. Now, let's come to our HTML file. I'm gonna copy and paste 3 times or 2 times. Refresh, and you can see each element here takes up a whole row for itself. Now, I'm gonna remove this. Now we're gonna be looking at the inline value. The inline value is completely the opposite of the block. Several elements are predefined by the browser's default style sheet. The inline value wraps strings of text from, let's say, a paragraph without breaking the flow of the text. When multiple elements are grouped together and set to inline mode, they'll line up one after the other. But many other CSS properties won't work. For example, the width and height cannot be modified. So I'm going to remove this from span to div. Okay, let's go to our CSS file, change this to div. And I'm gonna remove this here for right now. And let's refresh the page here. And you can see this, it takes the whole space, right? Because this is a block label element. So this is the default style for this div element. Okay, so now I'm gonna change block to inline. Save it, refresh the page on the browser, and there it is. You can see it doesn't take the whole width in here. Okay, it's just wrapping the text. Now let's go to our HTML and let's copy and paste twice
And you're gonna see that they're gonna be lined up one after the other. Refresh the page, and there they are. Okay, one after the other. That's because I'm using the inline value. Okay, if I remove the inline value, you're gonna see the differences there. Each of them are gonna be on different rows. Inline block. This value is a combination of both the inline and block. However, this value behaves similar to inline. The difference is that you are able to adjust the width and height, and the element can be placed horizontally along with other elements without breaking their flows. So here I have 3 elements. Okay, now I'm gonna come to the, but let's go to the browser and just kind of see the differences there. Okay, there they are. Again, this is normal, okay? Let's go to our CSS file. And let's add display, display inline block. Okay, there it is. Okay, save it and go to the browser. And again, this is the best way to line up block level elements one after the other. None. The none value basically hides the element along with its children from the page, in which will not be shown visually, but it will remain present in the DOM. The DOM stands for Document Object Model. Okay, so let me how do I do it? I'm gonna do this. The middle one, I'm gonna change it to span. Okay, and I'm gonna remove the display inline block. Okay, now you see the differences here, right? Remember that the middle one is the span. Let me just change the text in there. Okay, the middle one is the span. So when you add the display none and change this to span. Okay, refresh. And as you see here, the one in the middle is hidden now, which is the span. That is it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we're going to learn about the CSS units. In this lecture, we're going to look at the CSS units. So the most common CSS units are pixels, em, root em, and percentages. Now, not all CSS properties will take CSS units as values. Only certain CSS properties take length values such as width and height, margin, padding, font size, border width, etc. So I'm going to show you an example of the first one, which is pixels. So I'm going to get rid of the last one here. And I'm going to type if font size is set to 20 pixels. And the one on the bottom is font size is set to 40 pixels. Okay, now in our CSS file, we're gonna target the div here. And I'm gonna type font size 20 pixels. And let's go to our browser and check it out. Okay, the first one is set to 20 pixels, okay, which is the div. Let's target the span. And we're gonna set this to 40 pixels. Refresh. Okay, you can see the differences there. The bottom one, which is the span, is set to 40 pixels, and the top one is set to 20 pixels. Okay, now let's move on to M. On this one, I'm gonna change this to P, to a P tag. Okay, the top one here. Now, on the bottom one here, I'm gonna add a div. Okay, and I'm just going to wrap the whole span element there, like this. And I'm gonna set this to this font size is set using and units. Okay, I'm just gonna do it this way. Now, in our CSS file, okay, we're not gonna do anything with the div, so we wanna target the span, and the span, I'm gonna set it to, I'm just gonna do 1M, okay? And let's go to the browser and check it out. Okay, you can see that this is set back to 20 pixels, which is the div. Excuse me, which is the p tag, and this is the span. Okay, so because the div is set to 20 pixels. No, the div is not set to 20 pixels. The p tag is not set at all. Okay, I'm gonna add a font size to the p tag also. And I'm gonna set it to the same size, 20 pixels. Okay, that way we're gonna see the differences, which basically are gonna be the same. Okay, they're the same. This is the p tag, and this is coming from the span, which is set to 1M. But remember, this is okay, 1M. So okay, so now let me explain a little bit about the M. The M is basically, let's say if we set the span to 2M, that will be 2 times the size of the current font. Which one is the current font? Is this one here. Why? Because this is the parent element. This is the div. The span is basically the child, okay? And the div is the parent. Okay, so there is a font size set to the parent element, which is 20 pixels, and the span is getting its size based on the div. Okay, so if I set this to, well, I already set it to 2M, then this should be 40 pixels. Okay, so now it's 2 times the size of the current font. If I set this to 0.5, then that will be basically 10 pixels, right? Because it's half of 20. You see the differences there. Okay, now we're gonna move on to the root M, REM. The root M is almost the same as the M, okay, but instead of the using a parent element like div, we're basically gonna use the root element. The root element is the body element, which is this one here. Okay, so I'm still gonna leave it like that, the same as here, set to 20 pixels, but I'm just gonna add a body here. I'm gonna target the body. And I'm gonna set the font size to 30 pixels, okay? And I'm gonna change this to 30 pixels too, so we won't get confused. Okay. And I'm just gonna get rid of this here. So I'm gonna get rid of these two. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of the whole thing here. I'm gonna save it and check it out, just to see what we're doing here. Okay, so the top one is which is the p tag, which is the font size. And basically, we really don't need to set the font size here on the p tag because it will get it from the body. Okay, so we can just refresh. It didn't change. Let me check it out. Oh, I forgot the semicolon there. Okay. Okay, now both of them are getting the same size because of the size is getting it from the body. Okay. Now we want to set this to we're gonna do one RAM, one REM. Okay, and basically it's a lot smaller, okay, than the regular font size. If we want to make it a bit bigger, then it'll be just, it kind of seems almost the same size, and it's probably is. Okay, so it's basically getting it from the body. Okay, so from here you can target any, and you can see the span. It's within the this div. Okay, it's a child of the div. If we want to target the p tag, we can also do it. Let me see. Let's say gonna set it to 4 RAM, and it should be bigger. Yeah, you see that's bigger. Okay, now we're gonna look at the percentages. Okay, and we're gonna do the same thing. It'll work the same thing as the M. So I'm gonna do both. I'm gonna target the span here, okay, but I'm gonna set a font size for the parent element. So I'm gonna set this to, I'm just gonna remove this one here for right now, and the fourth font size is gonna be 2 pixels. Okay, it's gonna be 2 pixels, and this is gonna be percentages. Okay, so I'm just gonna set it to 100%. Okay, 100% is going to be the same size. It'll be 20 pixels. Okay, both of them. No, let me see. Div. I'm gonna add the p tag again. I'm gonna set it to font size 20 pixels. Okay, so remember the top one is the p tag. Okay, and the top one is just to verify the font size. That's why I have it there. Okay, so it's set to 20 pixels. The parent element, which is the div, is set to 20 pixels, and the font size of the child element, which is the span, is set to 100%, which is basically the same font size, right? It's the same size. However, if we want to set this to 200, well, it'll be 40 pixels, right? Okay. If we want to set this to 50, it'll be half of it. Okay, you can set any number you want to set. If you want to do 60, if you want to do 130, it doesn't matter. Okay, it'll go based on the parent element, in this case the div. But if we remove the font size from here, okay, and add it to the body here, and it'll be the same thing. Okay, it'll be the same thing. You see, it's the same thing. If we, no, it's not the same thing. Hold on. There you go. It's the same thing now. The parent element is the root element, which is the body. Okay. Well, that is it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we're gonna look at the width and height. In the previous lecture, we learned about CSS units. In this lecture, we're gonna learn about width and height. The width and height properties are used along with either the display block or display inline block value, or on HTML block level elements. They also take CSS units as values. Okay, let's get to work now. I'm gonna get rid of all of these. And I'm gonna add a div. And I'm gonna type, this is a div element with the width 50% and a height of, let's say, 300 pixels. Okay, let's go to our CSS file, and I'm gonna add div, and I'm gonna add a width, and I'm gonna set this to 50%, and the height 300 pixels, and I'm gonna add a background color also. I'm gonna add yellow. Okay, now let's save it and check it out. Okay, it's not working. Let me see. Width. Okay. Just forgot the semicolon there again. Okay, you can see the div, it has the width of 50% here and the height of 300 pixels. Let's change it to, let's say, 80. Okay, you see the differences there? If we change it to 100, it's gonna take up all the space there. There he is. Okay, of course, we can also change the height if we want to. Okay, and we can also set this as percentage. Let's go to 50%. Okay, that's 50% height. And if we set it to 100%, then it's gonna take the whole page. Okay, but let's just go a little more. Let's go to 200. Okay, now you're gonna see the scroll bar showing up. Okay, there is a scroll bar, and we can scroll down, and that's 200%. Okay, you can also set the width to auto, but that's the default style from the browser. But there's some times where you're gonna need to do that. Okay, well, that is it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we're gonna learn about margin and padding. In the previous lecture, we learned about width and height. In this lecture, we're gonna learn about margin and padding, part 1. These properties are basically spaces between elements. They work very similar, and they also take CSS units as values. But each of them have their own area to control. Margins affect the areas outside the borders, and paddings affect areas inside the border. So we're gonna start with the margin. I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna add a div. I'm gonna type this div element will be used for for margin and padding examples. Okay. Now let's go to our CSS file and add div. And the first thing I want to do, I'm gonna add a borders. 1 pixels solid and red. Okay, let's save it and go to the browser. Okay, you can see the border has been added there. So remember that the margin will affect the area outside the border, and the padding will affect the area inside the border. Okay, so let's come back to our CSS file. Okay, I'm gonna add a space to the top area, and for that, we type margin top. Okay, and then I'm gonna set it to 50 pixels. Save it. And you can see a margin of 50 pixels has been added to the top. Now let's add a space to the right side. We're gonna do the same thing. Margin, but instead of a top, it's gonna be right. And on this side, I'm gonna add 150 pixels. Save it and come to the browser. And the space has been added to the right side. Let's go back and let's add a margin to the bottom. Oh, but before we do that, I'm gonna create another element here right underneath. I'm gonna create a span. I'm gonna say this span element is created to help our examples. Oh my god. Okay. Let's go to the browser. Okay, there it is. Now we're gonna add a space on the bottom in our CSS file. We're gonna do the same thing again, but we're gonna add bottom. And I'm gonna go 300. I'm gonna go to 300 pixels. Save it. Refresh. And you can see a big space has been added to the bottom side. Okay, and the last one is gonna be on the left side. And on this one, I'm just gonna add, well, maybe just 50 pixels too. Refresh. And there it is. And there it is. Now, this is just one way of adding spaces. Okay, so I'm gonna remove all this. Well, I'm actually gonna comment it out. And this is the other way. Just margin. It takes from 1 all the way to 4. It takes 1, 2, 3, and 4 values. Whatever number of value you want to add, it has to be clockwise. Okay. For example, on this other way, the top one is the first one. Then the right one will be the second value. The bottom one will be the third value, and the fourth one, which is the last one, will be the last value. So it has to be clockwise. But there's ways that you can, target different spaces. Doesn't have to be all 4 values, but we're gonna go one by one right now. So the first value, if you just want to add spaces to all sides, the same length, then just, let's say 100, we can just add 1 value, and with 100 pixels, let's save it. and that should add 100 pixels to all sides. Now, if you want to target the top and bottom to have different margins than the right and left, then it'll take two values. We can do it this way: 200 pixels. So the first value is going to be for top and bottom. The second value is going to be for right and left side. Okay, now let's refresh. Okay, so the top and bottom has 100. The right and left has space of 200 pixels. Okay, now if you want to target each side individually, then we can add, let's say, a third value, which is going to be 30 pixels, and then 500 pixels. And again, the first value is for the top, the second value is for the right, the third value is for the bottom, and the left the last one is for the left side. Okay, let's save it. And there it is. The one that has the most space added is the left side. Okay. Now, if you want to just add, let's say, if you just want to add to the left and right, but don't want any space added to the top and bottom, then you can just, can I get rid of these two? Since we don't want to add spaces to the top and bottom one, so then we got to target the first value. So I'm going to set this to 0. That's it. And the second value is right and left. Let's check it out. And there it is. Top and bottom don't have any space. Only the right and left. And the same thing for left and right. If you want to add 100 pixels to top and bottom, and then 0 for right and left. Okay, you see that? You see the differences there? Okay, and you can also just set the whole margin to 0, and there will be no spaces at all. Okay, and you know, with if you want to just kind of like remove spaces from, let's say just for one side, and let's say the bottom one, I'm going to set the top to 100%, then 200% right. Then the bottom one is going to be the third value, right? So I'm going to set it to 0, and then the left one, I'm going to set it to 50%. Let's save it. Okay, so spaces has been added to top, right, and left, except the bottom one. You can also set the margin to auto. Okay, let's say if you want to set this to float or to be centered, the div, then you can set this to auto. Okay, but it won't work. The reason being, because we need to add width, and I'm gonna set the width to, let's say, 500 pixels. Okay, as soon as I do that, then you're gonna see that the element will be positioned in the middle. And there it is, it's positioned in the middle. Okay. However, if you want to add just space to the top and bottom, but have spaces evenly on the right and left sides, then just add whatever length you want to add to the top and bottom. I'm gonna add just 50 pixels, and that should do it. Okay, there it is. That is it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we're gonna continue with the margin and padding, part 2. In the previous lecture, we started on margin and padding part 1. In this lecture, we're going to continue with margin and padding part 2, but I'm going to be focusing on padding. Okay, so basically the padding works the same as the margin, but instead of adding space outside the borders, we'll be affecting the areas inside the border. And of course, the value of auto won't work on the padding. Okay, so I'm gonna get rid of the span element here. And I'm gonna come to the CSS file, and I'm gonna get rid of everything except the borders. Okay, we're gonna start fresh. Okay. Now, so I'm gonna start by adding a padding to the top side. So for that, we do the same thing, padding top, and I'm gonna add 50 pixels. Save it and check it out, and you can see a space has been added inside the element. Okay, now let's do the right side. But in order to tell about the right side, I'm gonna just copy and paste the text. I don't know, like 5 times or 6 times. And then let's see if it's enough. Yes, it is enough. Now, let's target the right side, padding, right, and I'm gonna add 200 pixels. Save it, refresh, and you can see a space of 200 pixels has been added to the right side. Okay, again, let's do now the bottom one, the bottom side. And I'm gonna add, I don't know, 200 pixels. Save it, check it out, and 200 pixels has been added to the bottom side. Now, let's do the left, and I'm gonna do 100 pixels. Okay, now we can do the same thing as we did with the margin. I'm gonna comment this out. And I'm just gonna type the shorthand code, which is padding. And the same rules from the margin applies to the padding. So I'm gonna add even spaces to all sides. So I'm gonna do 200 pixels. Refresh. Okay, you can see those 200 pixels there on each side. And remember, when it's one value, that means that a 200 pixels will be added to all sides. Now, if we add another value of, let's say, 50 pixels, now the first value targets the top and bottom, and the second value targets the right and left. Let's save it. Check it out. Okay, 500 to the right and left, and 200 to the top and bottom. And let's add another value here. Let's say 100 pixels. If we add a third value, then the first one will be again top, and the second value will be for right and left, and the third value will be for bottom. Okay, let's save it, refresh. There it is. A space of 100 pixels has been added to the bottom. Okay, and let's do one more. Let's do 50 pixels, and that will be just for the left now, left side. And there it is, only 50 pixels. And if we want to, let's say, just remove, I don't know, the space on the right side, we can just do 0, and there it is. There's a space, okay, but it's just because that's how the browser breaks the sentence, okay. Now, and the same thing, you know, if we want to remove to the bottom one, we can just leave it at 0, and you can still add the px if you want, okay, but it'll work. Okay, and now the bottom one, no, excuse me, that's on the left. Yeah, that's on the left. So there's no space on the left side. And you can also do just like this to remove all spaces. Okay, that is it for this lecture. We're done with the margin and padding part 2. In the next lecture, we're going to look at the border. In the previous lecture, we learned about margin and padding. In this lecture, we're going to look at the borders. So it takes 3 different properties to define borders. The border width property, which is basically the width of the border. The values you can choose from are thin, medium, thick, and length, which are CSS units. Now, the border style property. This applies a style to the border. Some of the common styles are dotted, dashed, solid, double, curve, and bridge. But the most commonly used ones are dotted, dashed, and solid. The border color property. This defines the color of the border. The values can be either hex or RGB colors. Okay, so we're gonna leave this like it is, and we're gonna be targeting the div here. So in our CSS file, we're gonna add div. We're gonna start by adding a border to the bottom side. So I'm gonna type border dash bottom dash and style, and I'm gonna add dotted. Next, we have to define the width. So we do the same thing, border bottom and then width. I'm gonna use thick and then border bottom color, and I'm gonna add red. Okay, now we can go check it out. Refresh, and there it is, a bottom dotted border. Okay, now to add a top border to the top, we basically do the same thing, border, but in this case, instead of bottom, we add top and then style. We're gonna make it the same way, dotted, or we can just do dash and then the width. I'm gonna make it thin, and then border top color, and I'm gonna make it blue this time. Okay, save it, refresh, and there it is. There's a thin dotted border at the top. I'm gonna change it to medium, so you can just kind of see the difference there better. Okay, much better. Now to add a left and right border, we do the same thing. We gotta just, you know, let's say copy and paste the same
the same code and just change the middle word to left or right, okay? But that will be too much code, okay, unless it's necessary, right? So these three properties might be good to use for certain situations, but not in all times. So a better practice is to use the shortcode, converting these three properties, you know, into one itself. We've done it before, okay? So we're gonna, I'm not gonna show you the left and right because it's the same thing, okay? So instead, I'm just gonna remove this and show you this other way, which is border style. And I'm gonna make this dashed and do the same thing for the width, border width. And I'm gonna make it, let me see, thick again, or yeah, thick. And the border color is gonna be blue. Okay, now let's change it. And the blue dotted border has been added. You can see there now. That is to add a border to all sides, okay? Now there's even a shorter version, okay, of doing this. And we can just basically, gonna remove this. And I'm just gonna add border, the word border. That's all we need. Now, this property will take three different values, okay? So the first value will be for the width, okay, the border width. The second value will be for the border style, and the third value will be for the border color, okay? So let's start adding by the first value, which is the border style. The border width. And in this case, I'm just gonna use CSS units. So I'm gonna put, let's say, gonna add 10 pixels. And then the second one, which is the border style, I'm gonna make it solid. And the third value is for the border color. And I'm gonna use yellow. Save it, refresh. Okay, there's a yellow. Okay, now I'm gonna use a hex color here. I'm gonna remove these. Gonna put the pound sign, and then I'm gonna say red color. So F000, and then 3 more zeros. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Now say no, I think there's more than, yeah, it's only 5 zeros. Okay. Save it and refresh. There is the red color. Now let me use RGB color. For this, you type RGB, and then parentheses. I'm gonna type 0, and then a comma, 0, comma, and another 0. So 3 zeros, okay? That is the RGB color, and this will be black. There it is. Now let me tell you something, okay? Between these three values here, only spaces are allowed, okay? Nothing else. If you do this, then it won't work, okay? Watch. You see, it won't work. So it has to be each value separated by a space. Well, that is it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we're gonna learn about floats. In the previous lecture, we learned about borders. In this lecture, we're going to learn about floats. Float property specifies that an element's edge should be placed at the edge of one side of its parent container. There's 3 values that can be used. Well, there's actually 5 of them, but 3 are fully supported. Left. This places the element on the left side of its parent container. Right. This places the element on the right side of its parent container. None. This will remove the float if it has previously defined with either left or right values. So we're going to start by removing the text here. I'm going to add this element will be placed to either left or right. Okay. Now let's go to our CSS file and add div. I'm gonna add a width of 500 pixels and a height of 200 pixels. And I'm also gonna add a yellow background color. Okay, let's see what we have so far. Okay, I'm gonna add float, but before I do that, I want to show you something that you can see that the element is placed on the left side, and that is because that's the default style from the browser. Okay, so when we add the float property and we set this to left, there won't be no changes at all. Okay, you see there's no changes. If we add the right value there, then that should go to the other side. Okay, now if we set this to none, then it'll go back to the default style, which is the left side. Okay, now I'm gonna show you something real quick. When you can use the none or the left or right values, I'm gonna copy and paste 2 times. Okay, and to the middle one. Well, first let's check it out. Okay, we have 3 of them right here. Okay, now in order for them to be put up together, let's say we want these 3 to be together on the same row. Okay, for that we can just come here and set this to float left, and that's the way that you can put them together on the same row. Okay, the same thing if we change it to right, then that should go to the right side also. Now let's say we are targeting all divs in there. Okay, we are targeting all the divs that are on the document here. So let's say that I want to change the middle one. Okay, and I'm gonna float it to none. I'm gonna add a class, and I'm just gonna add float. Okay, and right here I'm gonna specify the class, which is float, and I'm gonna add float none. And remember that the float will only affect the middle div. So in fact, I'm gonna remove the text, and I'm just gonna say this is the middle element. Okay, now let's check it out, and you can see that the right value from that div has been removed, and it has been set to none. Okay, and the other ones are still floating to right, which is right. which is correct. Now, as I said before, these elements are placed on the right side, which are basically meeting the edge of its parent container. That is the body, okay? I'm gonna give you an example. I'm gonna create another div here. Excuse me. Okay. And I'm just gonna copy the middle element, okay, and place it inside of the other div we just created. And I'm gonna get rid of these elements here. Okay, now let's go to our CSS file. I'm gonna remove the floating here, okay, and I'm gonna set this to, I'm gonna go for 800 and 400 for the height, a width of 800 pixels and a height of 400 pixels. Now I'm gonna remove the yellow background color, and I'm gonna place a border instead. I'm gonna add 2 pixels, solid color, and I'm gonna add black color. Now on the float, which is this element here, I'm gonna target this element. I'm gonna set these. I'm gonna add I'm also gonna add a width 200 pixels and the height of 200 pixels. And I'm gonna add, what else? A border, 2 pixels, solid, and I'm gonna add the red color. And I'm gonna float these to right. Okay. Okay, let's save it and refresh. Our element has been placed on the right side of its parent container. Okay. Now, if we float this to left, then it should go to the left side. If we set this to none, then it'll stay the same spot. Okay. Now, if you want to place this in the middle, the floating won't work, okay? In order for you to place this in the middle, you have to use the margin. As I showed you on one of those previous lectures, if you want to center the element, you have to remove the float, okay? So you have to use the margin, okay? And you can just add auto. That's all you need. Now, refresh, and there it is. That is working fine because we have set the float to none, okay? But if you set this to left, then it'll go to the left side, and the margin won't work there, okay? I mean, it won't center the element, okay? But of course, if you want to add space to all sides, then yes, it'll work, okay? It'll still be on the left side. Well, that is it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we're going to learn about font family. In the previous lecture, we learned about floats. In this lecture, we're going to learn about font family. So the font family property specifies the type of font for the selected element. However, more than one value can be specified separated by commas. You might be asking yourself, how are they going to be used all at once? The answer is that if the first value is not supported by whatever browser you're using, the browser will go to the next value until it finds the one it supports. What this indicates is that there are alternatives. As a demonstration, I'm going to show you only a couple of values because there's more than 10 different values and I can't go over each one. It will make the lecture longer. Instead, I'm going to suggest you to Google for CSS font families. Once you find a list, play around with them so you know what they look like. So here I have two elements. The first one is a div with the text of specifying the type of fonts for this element. And the other element is a p tag with the text of specifying the type of font for this other element. Now, I'm going to target the first element here, the div. So I'm going to come to the CSS file, and I'm going to add div, and I'm going to say font family. Okay, and the first one I'm going to add is cursive. Okay, so save it and check it out. Okay, you can see the differences there because this is not targeted. No font family has been defined in this element here, only the top one, which is the div. Okay, now let's put the same font to both of them, okay, to both elements. So here I have the div and the p. In order to do that, we can just add a comma after the div, okay, and add p. And that should add the font family to both elements. Okay, and there he is. Now, we can also accomplish this by adding the font family to the body. Okay, let's do that now. Body, and this time I'm gonna change it to let's see, sans. There it is, sans serif. Okay, let's change it. Okay, now both of them have the same type of font. Okay, now anything, if you set a font family to the body element, any element under the body or its children will inherit that font family unless you specified a specific font size, or excuse me, a font family for that particular element. Okay, so both of them have the same font family, right? Now let's see that I just want to specify a different font family for the p tag, and I'm gonna say family, and let's go back to the cursor one. Okay, now you're gonna be able to see the differences. Okay, and this is how you use font families. In the next lecture, we're gonna learn about font size. In the previous lecture, we learned about font family. In this lecture, we're gonna learn about the font size property. The font size property specifies the size of the font. There's several values that can be used here. XX small, X small, small, medium, large, X large, and XX large. These sizes are based on the user's default font size. You can also customize a value by using a number with a CSS unit or length unit. So let's begin. I'm gonna create a p tag here. Okay, and I'm gonna add a class, and I'm gonna add the text of A, and I'm gonna say this font size is set to XX small. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this element and I'm gonna paste it 8 times. Okay, and on the second element, I'm gonna change the class to B, and I'm gonna change the text, well, the XX small to just X small. Then the third one, the third element is gonna be, I'm gonna change the class to C, and I'm gonna change this the last word to just be small. Then the next one is gonna be D. And I'm gonna set these to medium. The next one is gonna be A, B, C, D, E. And this is gonna be large. The next one is gonna be X large. And the next one it's gonna be X large, XX large. Okay. Now let's see A, B, C, D, E, F, and then G, and the last one is gonna be H. On the last one, I'm gonna say this font size is customized. Okay, that's it. Gonna add a period. Okay, now let's go to our CSS, and I'm gonna call the first class, which is A. Okay, so add a dot A, and I'm gonna say font size. Okay, font size, and I'm gonna add XX small. That's the first one. Okay. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna copy and paste 8 times. Let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Now I'm gonna just change the class to B, and then C, D, E, F, G, and H. Okay. Now on the B class, on this one here, I'm just gonna remove one X to make it X small, and then on C, I'm gonna remove the double X, and on D, I'm gonna change it to medium. The next one, I'm gonna change this to large. The next one is gonna be large, X large. The next one is gonna be XX large. Okay, and the last one is gonna be I'm gonna add 40 pixels. Well, let me add just 50 pixels. Okay. Okay, now that we are set, we can just save it and go to the browser, refresh, and there they are. You can see the differences. The first one is XX small. The second one is X small, and then small, medium, large, X large, XX large, and this is the customized font size. Okay. And of course, you can set this to any number, right? When you use CSS units, a number with the CSS units, you can set this to 10. Okay, and you see the differences there. Okay. Well, that is it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we're gonna learn about font style. In the previous lecture, we learned about font size. In this lecture, we're gonna learn about font style. So the font style specifies the font style for a font. There is 6 values: normal, italic, oblique, inherit, initial, and unset. But for this course, I will only go over the first 3 of them, which is normal, italic, and oblique. In our HTML document, we're gonna get rid of this, and I'm gonna leave just one element there, and I'm gonna remove the class. And I'm gonna change the text also. gonna say this element will have a font style specified. And I'm just gonna copy the text and paste it, I don't know, like 3 times or 4 times. Okay, then save it and go to the CSS file, and in there I'm gonna type P. I'm gonna target the P element, the P tag, and I'm gonna type font style, and the first one we're gonna look at is normal. Okay, so the normal value is basically the default font style from the browser. Okay, so let's save it and let's see the results. Okay, okay, so this is just the normal font style. Okay, now let's change it to italic, but I'm explaining the italic value sets an italic font style, but only if there is a version available for the font. If the browser doesn't find the italic version, the oblique version is used instead. Okay, and if neither are available, then the browser will artificially reproduce it. Okay, so let's add italic, save it, refresh. Okay, the italic value has been added here. Now let's change it to oblique. And again, it's the same thing, okay? The same way around applies to the oblique value. It sets an oblique font style if there's a version available for the font. And if the browser doesn't find an oblique version, then an italic version is used instead. If neither are available, the browser will artificially reproduce it. Okay, now let's refresh. And the italic and oblique are almost identical. So, if we want to remove the whole, if we want to remove the font style completely, and then we save it and refresh it, then you're gonna see that the normal font style is applied. Okay, that's just the default. That is the default font style from the browser. Well, that is it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we're gonna look at font weight property. In the previous lecture, we learned about font style. In this lecture, we're going to learn about font weight. So the font weight specifies the weight of the font. There are several values. Some of them are letter keywords and some of them are numeric keywords. The letter keywords, of course, are very easy to remember, such as normal, bold, bolder, and lighter. The numeric keywords can be entered by hundreds, from 100 to 900, such as 100, 200, 300, 400, all the way to 900. Now, all these values might not be available for certain fonts. So what the browser will do is simply find the closest available version. So we're going to start with the letter keywords. So I'm going to leave this like it is in the HTML document. And in the CSS file, I'm going to specify the P tag here. And I'm going to add a font family. Okay. I'm going to add cursive as value. Now I'm going to add font weight. And we're going to start with lighter. We're going to start with lighter. Okay, so you can just write lighter, save, refresh. Basically, you won't see any difference, okay? This is how it looks, the cursive font family. Okay, well, let's just continue here. Now we're going to add normal, refresh, and you don't see no changes. That's because there's not lighter value available for this font. Okay, only the normal value. Okay, now let's add bold. Refresh. Okay, you can see the differences. And let's add bolder now. I'm just gonna add ER to make it bolder. Save it and refresh. Okay, and there's no changes. That means that there's no bolder value available for this font either. Okay, if we just remove the font weight, then it'll set back to normal, which is the default font weight from the browser. Okay. As a reference, I think I'm just going to let me just add this here. I'm gonna put normal or bold. As a reference, I think I'm gonna create a common weight name table. So I'm gonna say 100, that would be thin. 200 will be extra light. 300 will be light. 400 will be normal. 500 is going to be medium. 600 is going to be semi-bold. 700 is going to be bold. 800 is going to be extra bold. And 900 is going to be ultra bold. Okay? But again, some of these numeric and lettered keywords might not be available. Okay, but the ones that will most likely be are normal and bold, which are 400 and 700. Well, that is it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we're going to learn about colors. In the previous lecture, we learned about the font weight property. In this lecture, we're going to learn about colors. So we're going to learn about two different CSS color properties, color and background color. Both of them take the same values, but let's say each one have different jobs. The color property sets the foreground color of an element's text content. The background color sets the background color of an element. The values can either be predefined color keywords, hex, RGB, HSL, RGBA, or HSLA. For the sake of this course, I'm going to keep it simple with the most used values, predefined color keywords, hex, and RGB. Now, the predefined color keywords values are blue, orange, purple, pink, gray, etc. And we're going to start with that. In our HTML document, I'm gonna create two elements. Okay, a p tag, and the other one is gonna be a div. So on the p tag, I'm gonna add, this is a random text. Okay, and I'm gonna create a div, and on the div, I'm just gonna leave it like that, empty. Okay, I'm gonna save it and come to the CSS, and I'm gonna define the p tag first, and I'm gonna add a color here, and we're gonna start with orange. Okay, and I'm also gonna define the div, because we're gonna use this for the background color, and the p tag for the text color. So I'm gonna add background color, and on this one I'm gonna add green. Okay, so once again, the p tag, which is this one here, I'm gonna target the text, and I'm gonna add a color to it, and the div, I'm gonna target just the background. Okay,
which is this one here. This is for the background color and this is for the text color. Okay, so save both files and come to the browser, refresh. Okay. Background color, green. Let's see here. Yeah, everything looks okay, so I don't know why it's not working. Background color, green. It should work. Okay, the reason it doesn't work is I need to add a width. Okay, I'm gonna add a 300 pixels width and a height of 200 pixels. Okay, now you don't have to add width or height in order for you to see the background here. Okay, you could just add a text inside and you will be automatically see the background color there. But I'm just gonna do it this way. Okay, so I'm gonna refresh. There it is. We have an orange color for the text and a green color for the background. Now I'm gonna come to the CSS and I'm gonna change it to blue. I'm gonna change both to blue. Save it and refresh. Okay, you can see those. You can see the colors. Now, remember that when you write colors like these, they're called predefined color keywords. Now let's jump to hex. The hex stands for hexadecimal. The hexadecimal values are one of the most commonly used and must start with sign pound, followed by digits or letters or both. For example, to specify black color, it takes 6 zeros. And I'm going to use the box for it. So I'm just going to add a pound sign and then 6 zeros. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Save it and refresh. And there is the black color. Now to specify by white color, it would take 6 characters, but would be Fs. Okay, so here we have 6 Fs. Now remember that a hexadecimal, besides the pound sign, it takes 6 characters. Now, let's save it, and of course you won't see anything, okay, but there is a white box there. To specify, let me see, red color, we can just do it like this, F, and then 5 zeros, 2, 3, 4, 5. There it is. And we can do the same thing for the text, pound sign, F, and 5 zeros. And there it is. Okay. Now the RGB basically stands for red, green, and blue. So the RGB values are specified within the CSS RGB function. It takes 3 parameters that are based on 3 digits each. The first parameter is based on red color. That's why it starts with the letter R, which stands for red. Then the second parameter is based on green color. And the third parameter is based on blue color. When you mix them, a unique color is created. So let me just give you an example real quick. I'm gonna add a backslash, an asterisk, just like this. And I'm gonna say RGB, and this is just for our guidance, okay? It's a reference. I'm just gonna do it so you can have an idea. Okay, then is green and then blue. Okay, doesn't have to be separated, okay, with spaces. It can be just like this. Just like this. So the first parameter stands for red, the second one for green, and the third one for blue. Okay, I'm gonna leave it just like I'm gonna leave it here. Now, to specify, let's say a green color, just a green color. Okay, I'm gonna do it again on the back on the box,
because it's easy, it's better to see, but it'll work on both, and we're gonna do it on both anyway. So I'm gonna say RGB. We write the RGB function, the CSS RGB function, okay? And we're gonna add a 0. No, we're gonna add a red color first because that's the first color, okay? So we're gonna add a red, and that is like this, 255, then 0, comma, and 0. Okay, so we have 255 and 2 zeros separated by 2 commas, okay? And I'm just gonna copy and paste this on the color property, okay? Save it and refresh, and no changes because there it is still red, okay? Now, to specify a blue color, let me see, it's RGB. No, to specify a green color, we're gonna remove the 255 and put a 0 in its place and add the 255 in the middle, right here, and do the same thing on this one here. 255. Now we should see a green color on both. There it is, green color. To do a blue color, we remove the 0 and add the 255 to the last parameter, and we should be able to see a blue color. Okay. Now, to add a let's say a white color, okay, we just type 255 on all parameters. Okay, 255. Okay, save it, refresh, and you won't see anything because that's a white color. Let's see, black. Just remove the 255s and add 0 in its in all parameters. Okay, 0. Zero. Okay. Now we should see a black color. There it is. And that is how you set colors using predefined color keywords or hexadecimals or RGB. That is it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we're going to learn about text align property. In the previous lecture, we learned about 2 different CSS color properties, color and background color. In this lecture, we're going to learn about the text align property. So the text align property specifies the alignment of a text content. This property does not align an element, but rather than a text content. The property values are left, right, center, and justify. In the HTML document, I'm going to add a div, and I'm just going to paste in this text. Okay. I'm going to copy it and paste it, I don't know, 8 times maybe. Save it and come to the CSS. And let's target the div. Okay, so we're gonna add the text align property. And we're gonna start first with the left. So the left value will align the text content to the left side of its parent element. Okay, let's save it. Okay, it is aligned to the left, which is the default style from the browser. Now let's add right. The right value will align the text content to the right side of its parent element. Okay. Now it is aligned to the right side. Now let's add center. And the center value will center the text content of its parent element. Okay, now it is centered. And justify, the justify value will stretch the text content all the way to the left and right side of its parent element. Okay, it kind of looks similar to the left value, but it's not. Okay, there's a little difference there. And this is how you align the text. Well, that is it for this lecture, and we've reached the end of HTML and CSS. In the next lecture, we're gonna start building our project that is called Lander, which is basically a landing page. Everything we've learned so far, we're gonna put it into practice, and we're gonna make sure that this project is going to look good at the end. In this lecture, we're gonna start building Lander, which is this page here. It's basically a landing page. We're gonna put into practice everything we learned on the HTML and CSS previous lectures. I'm gonna leave this page open and use it as a reference. So the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna set up our project structure. So here on the desktop, I'm gonna create a new folder. I'm gonna name it Lander. I'm gonna double click on it, and I'm gonna create two more folders. The first one is gonna be the CSS folder, and the other one is gonna be image folder. Okay. What we can do next is you can open brackets if you don't have it open. Come to the document, click on it, and go to open folder. Navigate to desktop and find your folder, Lander here. Select folder. Ignore this message here. We're now gonna create two more, well, the first two files, which is gonna be an HTML and CSS. Right click anywhere in here and click new file. Name it index.html. And I'm gonna create another file, which is gonna be the CSS file. So right click just on the CSS folder here, new file. And this one I'm gonna name it style.css. Okay, what we need to do next is that we need to download the images. Once you have downloaded them, you can just come to the image folder over here and just drag them in, and they should be visible over here on the brackets. Just refresh the page. I mean the file tree, and there they are. We have 5 images there. Okay, well that is it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we're gonna start building our basic HTML structure. In the previous lecture, we set up our project structure. In this lecture, we're gonna start building our basic HTML structure. What we're gonna do first is that we're gonna create an HTML doctype version, and the version that we need is HTML5. So in your index file, type less than symbol, and then doctype HTML, and then greater than sign or greater than symbol. Right under, we're gonna create our root element, and this is the HTML tag. Okay, and I'm gonna add a language attribute, just lang or lang, and I'm just gonna add ENS value. Now between the HTML tags, we're gonna create a head element. Okay, and I'm gonna go ahead and create the body element as well. Okay, let's go back to our head section, and I'm gonna create a title element. And as a text, I'm gonna add Lander
world's top creative solutions. Okay, now let's save it and let's go see how the title is gonna be displayed in the browser. Yeah, we gotta create a new tab here. I already have it open, so I'm just gonna type on the web address. I'm gonna type file, okay, and I'm gonna come to the end of the of this web address, and I'm gonna start deleting where everything except a desktop, and then the backslash. From there, we're gonna start adding the new folder. So that is lander. I already have it there. So and then backslash index.html. Just hit enter. Okay, it's going, and there it is. We can see anything in here because we haven't added anything, right? So the only thing that we are coming to check is the title, which is here, Lander World's Top Creative Solutions. Okay, what we gotta do next is I think it's gonna be good to link our style file, and right under the title, but between the head section, I'm gonna add a link element, and this is a self-closing element. Okay, and I'm gonna add a relation, the relation attribute, just rel, type rel, and relation is gonna be the style sheet. Next, we're gonna add another attribute, which is the type attribute, and this one is gonna be text backslash CSS. And the last one is gonna be the hyper reference. Obviously, this is the attribute that is gonna help us to link our CSS file. So we need to go to first. We gotta type specify the folder where that file is, and that is the CSS folder. So first CSS, and then backslash, and then our CSS file name, which is the style.css. Okay. Save it, and basically that is it for the basic HTML structure. On the next lecture, we're gonna start building a header. In the previous lecture, we built our basic HTML structure. In this lecture, we're gonna build a header. So I'm gonna see what we need for the header. So for the header, we're gonna need, of course, a header, and then a container, and okay, yeah, a container, and an order list also. Okay, so let's go to brackets, and right inside the body section, we're gonna create a header, and inside the header, I'm gonna create a div, and I'm gonna give it a class of container. And inside this div, I'm gonna create an order list. I'm gonna create a couple of list item elements. Okay, so on the first one, I'm gonna create a div, another div, and I'm gonna add a class to it. I'm gonna say logo. And on the second list item, I'm gonna add another div, and this is gonna be the phone number, and inside I'm gonna add 2 spans. Okay, on the first one, I'm gonna add a class, and I'm gonna call it icon. On the second one, it's gonna be text, and on this one, I'm gonna add the text of course, it's gonna be a fake phone number, so it's gonna be 1-800 504 0000. Okay, this is a fake phone number. Okay, so don't even try to call this number. Okay, even if it's not a fake number, please don't call. Okay, so let's save it and let's see how it looks. And this is how it looks so far. Okay, so in the next lecture, we're gonna start adding the colors. We're gonna add the logo, and we're gonna make it look the same as here. In the previous lecture, we built the header. In this lecture, we're gonna style the header and its content. But before that, we need to remove the margin and the padding from the body. Then we're gonna specify the default font family. In your CSS file, gotta add body. We're gonna remove the margin, which is basically the spacing outside the element. And the padding as well. Okay, next we're gonna add a font family. This font family is one of my favorite ones. It's a pretty long one. Okay, so you're gonna have to just keep up with me. Let me see. Yeah. Okay, and then then we have a vertical. And then the last one, I believe, sans serif. Yep, that's the last one. Okay, and we're gonna add a color. And the color is gonna be, let me see. I'm not sure if we're gonna keep this color, but just in case, yeah, I think we are. Yeah, so it's gonna be like a kind of like a dark black color. Okay, 52 6 5 7 3. Yeah, we're not gonna use it for the header, of course, because this is white. But most likely we're gonna use it for the body. I mean, for the content, the main content. Okay, let's save it and see. Okay, there's nothing. Okay, which is good, but it did change the font family. Okay, so what we're gonna do next is the header. So I'm gonna add a padding to the top and bottom, 6 pixels and 0 on the sides. And the background color, this is going to be 2CA6B0. That's about it on that one. Let's save it and see. Okay, looking good. Okay, now we need to add, let's see what we have. After the header, we have the container here. So let's target the container. After the container, we have the unordered list and list items. Okay, so let's target the container. On the container, we're gonna add a width of 800 pixels. We're also gonna remove the spaces on the top and bottom. So, and then we're gonna set the sides to be auto. So we wanna center this container, in other words. And then I'm gonna add a overflow property, and with the hidden value. Okay, I think that's about it. Let's check it out. This content should come to the middle. Okay, it did come to the middle. Next we have another list, and then the list items. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna target the UL element, and of course we need to remove the bullets here, right? So for that we specify the list style property and set it to none, and then the overflow is gonna be hidden. Then we have to remove the padding, the spaces inside the element, and then the margin, which is the spacing outside. For sure, you have to remove the margin. The padding, I really don't remember. Okay, but it comes with the default margin. Okay, now I'm gonna target the the list item. So you can just specify it this way, li, okay, or you can just add the its parent, which is the UL element. So I'm gonna float this to left, and then I'm gonna set a width of 50 pixels. No, not 50 pixels. It's percent. Okay. That's about it. Let's check it out. Okay, the bullets has been removed. Okay, so we're going there. Now we have, okay, we have the logo, and then we have the phone number. So I'm gonna add the logo class there. And the logo, of course, we're gonna add the image, the logo image. Okay, but first we're gonna add a width. The width is gonna be 100 pixels, and then a height of 48 pixels, and background. The background, I'm gonna add an image. So I'm gonna, as the value is gonna be URL, two parentheses, and then inside the parentheses, we have to come out of the CSS folder here. So for that, we have to add two dots and then the backslash. That means you're coming out of of the parent folder. okay, and we have to get into the image folder. So we specify the image folder, and next we have the well, basically the name, which is logo png.png. Okay, and then we have to add 3 more values, which is basically center. We're trying to center it vertically and horizontally. So add center twice, and then no repeat. You don't want the image to be repeated. You don't want the image to be repeated. So let's what's next? Let me see. What's next? Phone number. So phone number. This one I'm gonna set to. I'm gonna set the flow to right, and I'm gonna add the color to white. Okay, now I'm gonna save it and see what we have so far. Okay, we have our logo here and we have our number here. Okay, with the white color there. Okay, next we have the icon and the text classes. Okay, so I'm gonna specify phone number, icon, and the icon I'm gonna set the flow to left, and the background we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna add an image there. So we do this basically the same thing to that, and then the image folder, and then we need the telephone icon, which is this one here. I'm gonna try to find it here. Here it is. Okay, and then the same thing, center. We gotta center it the same way, and then no repeat value. Okay, we still have to add a width because we haven't added the width. Now the width is gonna be 30 pixels. The height is gonna be 20 pixels, and we're also gonna add a margin to the top, and that's gonna be 14 pixels. Let's go ahead and do the last one, which is the text. Okay, so I'm gonna copy these. Well, I'm just gonna copy the phone number, class. I'm gonna paste it in. I'm gonna add the text, class, and that's gonna be gonna add a display property, and then it's the value is gonna be inline box. It's gonna be inline block, and then a margin top of 11 pixels. Margin left because we wanna give it a space on the left side, so they won't be, you know, together, and that's gonna be 10 pixels, and a font size of 17 pixels. That should be it. Let's refresh. Okay, so we have the telephone icon, we have centered it, and we did the same thing with the text. Okay, so we are pretty done with the header. Okay, so in the next lecture, we're going to build the content. In the previous lecture, we finished styling the header. In this lecture, we're gonna start building the content. So on this one, we're gonna need a section, a container, some titles, and links, some boxes. So go to brackets. So we're gonna start creating a section element. Okay, inside this section, we're gonna create a div, and we're gonna add the class of container. And right after, inside the container, we're gonna add a heading 1. And let's see what we have in here. Okay, we need this text here, so I'm just gonna copy it from here. I'm gonna paste it here. Okay, but we have a different color here, so we need to do that. So I'm just gonna wrap this word here with the span, and I'm gonna close it up here, and I'm gonna add a class to it, which is gonna be blue, and I'm gonna do the same thing with the money earner. So I'm just gonna paste it and close it here. Okay, let's see. Okay, there it is. Now, what we need to do next, we need to add a div, which is gonna have a class of content right under the heading 1. Open a div, add the class content, and inside this content, I'm gonna add another div, I'm gonna add a class of box. Okay, now I'm gonna add a heading 3 because I think that's what we're using here. Yeah, we're using a heading 3 there. So heading 3, and I'm gonna let me just copy it because I really don't remember. Gonna paste it, and we're gonna change this the color of this text here. So I'm gonna add the span again with the class of blue. Okay. Well, then we need to create let's see, this container here, the box for the icon. So it's gonna have a class, and the class is gonna be icon large. And inside this icon large container, I'm gonna place an image. I'm gonna create an image tag, and this is a self-closing tag. I'm gonna add an attribute, the source attribute. The source attribute is gonna be which one is it? Let me see. Oh, this is the find icon, which is this one here, find icon. So we're gonna get into the folder image, and then we find the icon. There it is. Okay, and after that, I'm gonna add the alt attribute. And I'm gonna say a find icon, just like this. Okay, right after, I'm going to create a p tag, but it's gonna be after the icon large element. So I'm gonna say let me just copy it again. Okay. Yeah, Blender makes it easy as possible for you to find the perfect match of the latest themes for your campaign. Okay. Now what's next? We need to create a link, which is gonna be this one here. Okay, so it's gonna go like this. This is gonna be, we're gonna add the hyper reference. It's gonna be, I'm just gonna put a pound sign because it won't take us anywhere. Okay, so I'm gonna say take a look. Take a look. Yeah. Okay, and now what we're gonna do, we need a, let me see, we need this line here, a vertical line. So let me see, right out, okay, right after the box, I'm gonna create a vertical line, but it's gonna be a div. It's gonna be a div, and this icon is gonna be vertical line. Okay. And that's pretty it. Let me just, what I'm gonna do next is I'm gonna copy the box content, and I'm gonna paste it right under the vertical line. And what we need to do is just change the text. For example, this one's gonna be designers, for designers, and this one, what's it gonna be for? Sell your creativity. Okay, sell your creativity. Okay, now we gotta change the image, which is gonna be the money icon. So I'm just gonna change it to money, and this one a money icon, or yeah, money icon. Now on the text, I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm just gonna copy. And paste it. Okay. That's pretty it. Okay, let's save it. And there we have our images, we have our links, our titles, and description. So what we need to do next is we gotta style it, but that's gonna be on the next lecture. In the previous lecture, we built the HTML content. In this lecture, we're gonna style it. So let's go to brackets, and in your CSS file, first we're gonna target the heading one, which is this here. So just type H1, and I'm gonna add a font size that's gonna be 30 pixels, and then a margin. The margin is gonna be 80 pixels on the top. We're gonna add a space on the top, and then a 0 space to the right, and then a 60 pixels to the bottom, and then 0 to the right side. Now we're also gonna add we're gonna align the text. That is gonna be center. Okay, now let's save it and refresh. Okay, there it is. It just doesn't look the same. Okay, I know what the problem is. The container seems to be smaller than this one here. So let's go to the CSS and the container. This is the container. I think it's 1000. Let's just change it to 1000. And then let's refresh. There you go. Now it looks the same. Yes. Okay. Next we have, let me see what we have next. We have the content and then the box. Okay, so, but before that, I think I'm gonna target the this class here, which is blue. So I'm gonna write blue, and the color it's gonna be pound 2 C A6B0. Next we gonna remove any text decoration, just in case. So I'm gonna set this to none. Okay, now let's save it and see. Let me see. Yeah, there you go. Low cost and money earner has been changed to blue. Now, what we need to do next is the content. The content, we're gonna set the overflow to hidden. And then we're gonna align the text to center. There you go. Now let's save it and see those results. Okay, everything's in the middle. Now we're gonna target we have the box H3. Okay, we're gonna target the heading 3. For the heading 3, I'm gonna set the alignment of the text to be centered, and then I'm gonna remove any space at the top. So I'm gonna set the margin top to 0. That's about it. Let's save it. Okay, now I'm gonna add the box class. And the box class is gonna be set to, I'm gonna set a width of 9 pixels. Yeah, 49.9 pixels. And after that, I'm going to, let me see. Okay, now it has come to the left. I'm gonna add I'm gonna target the vertical line. So on the vertical line, I'm gonna add a border left, which is 1 pixel, and then solid. And I'm just gonna copy the color here, paste it here, and then after that we have I'm gonna set a height. The height is gonna be 100 pixels, and then the margin top is gonna be 120 pixels, adding a space to the top. Let me see. Let's refresh. Okay. It doesn't look quite the same, but it will. Okay. So what we need to do next is I'm gonna group the box and the vertical line. Gonna group them together. So box and then a comma and then vertical line. Then a vertical line. I'm just gonna set the flow to left. That's all it needs. Okay, let's save it and refresh. Okay, started to look the same. Now we need to target the, what is it? The icon large and then the image and then the P. Okay, so let's target the icon large. So icon large. On the icon large, I'm gonna add a width of 240 pixels, then a height of 210 pixels. And then I'm gonna add a space to the top also, and that's gonna be 120 pixels. Okay, let me just bring this down. Okay, let's save it. Okay. Okay, let's just continue. Now we gotta target the image, and for that I'm gonna type icon large and then img. And this element I'm gonna set the width to 100% and the height to 100% as well. Okay, that's it for the image. Let me see this. Okay, let's save it. Okay, let's save it. Okay, something is wrong, but okay, I'll check that in a bit. Okay, now the icon, we done the image. Now we gotta target the, let me see. I think it's the P and the anchor tag. Okay, so let's come here and let's set P, target the P. The P, I'm gonna set the padding to 0 and 50 pixels. So I'm basically removing any space inside the element for the top and bottom, and adding some space at the left and right of 50 pixels. And then I'm gonna set the text align to center. Then I'm gonna add a space at the top, margin top. Margin top. Margin top 30 pixels. And then the font weight is gonna be 600. Okay, let's save it and check it out. Okay. Now we're gonna target the anchor. The anchor should be having a link, and I just remembered, so we have to add this class that I never did. So come to the HTML file, and on the link or the anchor, I'm gonna add a class. I never even added the blue, or the class of blue. So I'm gonna type link first, space, and then blue. So I'm gonna do the same thing for the bottom one, or for the other one right here. So I'm just gonna copy and paste it.
Okay, now we're gonna add this link here. I'm gonna say text decoration is gonna be set to none, first of all. Then the padding, 10 pixels for top and bottom, and 30 pixels for right and left. And then the border, it's gonna be the same. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna copy the border here, but I'm gonna remove the left. I'm just gonna leave it to border. Now I'm gonna set the display to inline block. And the last one is gonna be the background. Gonna be the background. So I'm gonna add a color to it, and this is gonna be RGBA, two parentheses, and I'm gonna add 143, comma, 185, comma, 205, comma, and then 0.15. Okay, save it, and let's see. Okay. It's not looking right. Okay, I found out what the problem was. And the problem is that on the icon large, I added a margin top and I shouldn't have. So the margin has to be set to auto. So I'm gonna add I'm gonna remove all the space from the top and bottom. I'm gonna set to auto, the next value. Let's save it. Okay, you see the differences there now. And the other one, I think it was this one here. I also forgot to add a space at the top. So I'm gonna say margin 30 pixels, 30 pixels at the top, then 0, 0, 0. Now let's save it, refresh the browser. Okay, and there it is. It looks just the same. Well, that is it for this lecture. On the next lecture, we're gonna start building the after content. In this lecture, we're gonna start building the after content, which is this here. We're gonna include a form, which is gonna have all these elements here. It's basically a sign-up form. So let's go to our HTML file, and let's start by creating a section. I'm gonna add a class. The class is gonna be form content. No, it's gonna be after content. After content. Now inside, I'm gonna expand the section element, and I'm gonna create another. I'm gonna create a div, and I'm gonna add a class, and the class is gonna be container. Container. I'm gonna expand it, and I'm gonna add up heading 2. This is gonna be the title, and the text is gonna be better themes made simple. Okay. Now we're gonna add a small paragraph.
text is gonna be reach a new level, and create themes with Blender for a better experience. Okay. Now, right after the P, I'm gonna create a div, another div, and I'm gonna add the class. This is basically the form wrapper, and I'm gonna call it form elements. Okay. Now I'm gonna create the form. On the form, I'm gonna add the action attribute, and I'm gonna leave it as blank. The same for the method. Okay. Now I'm gonna create an email and password element. So this is gonna be the input. The type is gonna be email. The name attribute is gonna be email as well, and the placeholder is gonna be email address. Remember that the input is a self-closing tag, so you have to add the backslash and the greater than symbol or sign. Now we're gonna create another input, and the type is gonna be password, name, password. The placeholder is gonna be password. Okay. The next element we need is a select element. So I'm gonna add a name to it. Name attribute. It's gonna be type. I'm gonna expand it and add a couple of options. Well, 3 options. So the first option, the text is gonna be account type. I'm gonna add a value attribute. The value is gonna be just type. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy this option here and paste it 2 times. So I'm gonna change the text. The text is gonna be buyer. The value is gonna be buyer. And the last one is gonna be designer. Same for the value. Designer. Okay. Let's save it and see what we have so far. Okay. We have our 3 elements here and our title. Okay. What we need to do next is we need to add a button. The type is gonna be submit, and then the text is gonna be create a free account. Okay, and right after the button, I'm gonna create a div. And inside the div, I'm gonna say by signing up, by signing up, you agree to our terms of service. Okay. We need to convert the terms of service into a link. So I'm gonna wrap it up with an anchor tag, and I'm gonna add the hyper reference attribute. I'm just gonna add the pound sign as value. I'm gonna close it up here, and I'm gonna add a class to it. The class is gonna be blue. Okay, let's save it, refresh. Okay, well, this is it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we're gonna style everything. In the previous lecture, we built the HTML after content. In this lecture, we're gonna style it. So we're gonna add an image as a background to our section, then style the form elements. So in your CSS file, we're gonna target the section. So I'm gonna type section and then after content. I'm gonna add an overflow. I'm gonna set this. Overflow, set this to hidden. And then the margin, gonna add 50 pixels to the top, which is a space on the top, and then 0, 0, 0 and 0. And then I'm gonna add a padding of 80 pixels to the top and bottom, and 0 on the sides. Then I'm gonna add a color. The color is gonna be white. Now I'm gonna add the background. So the we have to get out of the CSS folder, and remember we have to add the 2 dots and a backslash, and then go to the image folder, and then the first result is the image we need. Then we have to add center twice, separated by space, and then no repeat. No repeat. Okay, and let's save it and see what we have. Okay, we have our image there now. Now we need to gonna target the heading 2, which is the title. I'm gonna say margin, then 0 to the top, 0 to the right, and negative 10 pixels to the bottom, and then 0 to the left. Then I'm gonna add a text align property, and I'm gonna add center as value. Then the font size, it's gonna be 26 pixels, and let's save it, refresh. Okay, now it has come to the middle. Okay, now I'm gonna target the form wrapper. Okay, but it's called the form elements. I'm gonna add a padding, 20 pixels to the top, then 0, 0, and 0. And then a width of 760 pixels. Margin,
20 pixels to the top, then auto, then 0, then auto again. Okay, let's save it. Refresh. Now the form has come to the middle too. Okay. Now let's remove all the spacing from the form. Margin 0. Okay. Now we're gonna target the form elements, which is the input, and then select. So we're gonna add a padding, or we're gonna add spacing inside. It's gonna be 20 pixels to all sides, and then a margin right of 10 pixels. Border is gonna be 1 pixel solid, and then pound 333 for the color. And border radius is gonna be 3 pixels, and the color is gonna be 74. I think that's about it. Okay, let's save it. Refresh. Okay, we don't. Yeah, there it is. Okay, now you can see the inputs are a little, you know, um, bigger. Okay. Now the last thing we need to do is style the button. So I'm gonna add a color. The color is gonna be white, and then padding of 13 pixels to all sides. A background color is gonna be this color here. Border can be 1 pixel solid, and this is gonna be a new color, I believe. So it's gonna be AACCD9. Okay, now I'm gonna add the border radius. Gonna be 3 pixels too. Okay, let's save it. Refresh. Something is wrong. Okay, I see that this shouldn't be a count. Let's go to our HTML file and change the account type. The account. Change it to select. Now save it. Okay, there it is. Now what we need to do is bring this to the middle. So I'm gonna add a class to it. I'm just gonna call it terms. So let's go to our CSS file. And I'm gonna add, the first thing I'm gonna add, I'm gonna align the text to the middle. Next, we got the margin top. We need to give it a space to the top so it won't be together. And then a font size. Font size is gonna be 14 pixels. That's it. Let's save it and refresh the page. Okay. Now everything looks good. Okay. Okay. Well, that is it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we're gonna build the footer. In the previous lecture, we styled the after content. In this lecture, we're gonna start building the footer. So right after the last section, we're gonna create our footer element. And right inside, I'm gonna create a div with the class of container. Okay, and inside, I'm gonna create another div with another class that's gonna be left. And let me see what we have here. Okay, we have copyright. I'm just gonna copy all these here. And I'm gonna paste it in. Okay, this this symbol here, I'm not gonna paste it in like that. So I'm gonna put up a HTML special character. So that is gonna be, let me see if they have it here. Now they're gonna have it. Okay, £, and then 9400. Okay, that should be it. And they're all right reserved. Okay, let's save it and see. Okay, there it is, right at the bottom. Okay, now what we're gonna do is we're gonna create another div, this time with a class of right, and this one's gonna have the phone number and the email, support at lander.com. Okay, let's save it. Okay, and we just created the content for the footer. But that's it for this lecture. In the next lecture, we're gonna style it, and that's gonna be our final lecture. In the previous lecture, we built the footer. In this lecture, we're gonna style it. So in this lecture is gonna be very simple. We're gonna add a dark background color and top border. Then we're gonna separate the text from each other. This one from this one. By adding the CSS float property. So in your CSS file, we're gonna start with the footer, and I'm gonna add a padding of 20 pixels, then a background color. The background color is gonna be, let's see, yeah, it's gonna be 26328. 238. That should be it. Okay, now a color for the text. It's gonna be B5, B5, B5. And then the border top. The border top is gonna be 1 pixel, but let me just copy it from here. 1 pixel, Copy everything. No, I'm just gonna delete this here. Okay, there's a border top, and that's it for the footer. Let's save it. And there you go. We have the background color and the blue top border. Next, let's see. Okay, next we have the left and right. So we're gonna float them to so they can be together. So I'm gonna say footer, then left. Okay. Then I'm after the left, I'm gonna put a comma, and then footer, right. This one is gonna be float left. And then a width 50 pixels. No, percent. Then the font size is gonna be 12 pixels. Okay, save it. Refresh. Okay. Now they're together. The last thing we're gonna do is we need to align the text of this one to the right. So let's target the right class, and let's use the text align property and set this to right. That's it. Save it and refresh. Okay, and there you have it. We finished building the whole lender page, which is just a landing page. You can see we created the header here, and we added some content, then the after content with the HTML form, and the footer. Okay, guys, so that's it for the basics of HTML and CSS. I hope you guys enjoyed, and in the next course, I'm gonna show you how to create responsive websites that they will basically be optimized for mobile devices.